Happy Wednesday, everybody. I hope everyone had a fantastic Tuesday. I hope you're all having a great Wednesday so far today. Scuzzy, M-A-F-L-C-L, Matt, how's everybody doing? If I missed you, good morning. We're going to do more Satisfactory today. What we're going to do today is start laying out the final factory. I don't really have any more expansion space in the factory that we've built, and I don't want to go any more vertically with it. So what we're going to do is kind of plan out and get the foundations and the rough layout of the final factory going, because we have unlocked the particle accelerator in order to make nuclear pasta, and I'm just going to need more room. I'm going to need like a lot more turbo motors. I'm going to need a lot more cooling systems. I'm going to need a lot more everything. So the best way to do that is going to be to make a bigger factory, go around the map, tapping more resources, more nodes, producing more things, and then shipping them all to that factory, which is what I'm going to vaguely do today. I did mess around a little bit yesterday while I was waiting for my doctor's appointment, and redid some of the train intersections. So they're a little cleaner. There is the main big train intersection that goes to my current factory. I want to redo like I've done the other ones to make it a little better, a little less confusing than it is now, slightly maybe, but we'll take a look at that. And we'll get the planning stage / foundations laid out for the new factory, and then figure out what we're going to ship from where, which basically means we're also going to be making a lot more trains. I'm guessing, rough guess, 10 to 15 train stations in the new factory. That's going to be my guess. Somewhere in that neighborhood. So several. There'll be several trains in the new factory. So we might have to, do some work there. But let's see how it goes. There's no stream tomorrow. I have another doctor's appointment tomorrow, so no backward stream tomorrow. Friday, we're actually going to do a Flex Friday, at least for a portion of the stream. I have a cute little game that I don't know that I'm allowed to talk about. It's a hidden object game, just a chill vibe, like hidden object game that comes out, I think, tomorrow. So we'll check that out on Friday morning for a little bit, and then maybe jump back into Satisfactory to keep plucking away at what we're working on. So that's vaguely the plan for Friday. We are going to get to Stardew Valley once 1.7 drops, which, based on Concerned Ape revealing some things about 1.7, should be in the next couple months. So once that happens, we'll do a month of Stardew Valley, do our fish farm, and explore all the new stuff in 1.7, which will be lots of fun, I think, probably, maybe. Can you, actually, question. I was thinking about this the other day. Can you get rid of buildings that are on your farm? I don't remember if you can. Can you, like, tear stuff down? Like, if you have a barn and a coop, can you get rid of them? Or are you stuck with them forever? I don't know that you can destroy them or like tear them down. I actually don't know that. Because I was thinking we're going to need every square possible to have as many fish ponds as we need for that farm. So if I'm loading up an old save that is like Ginger Island and stuff, there's going to be a lot of buildings on it on there. So Vuduk, you can? Okay. I'd always try to find a mod that lets me do it too if you can't do it in vanilla. But Kugnar, good to see you. Alright, let's get into Satisfactory. Start getting stuff laid out. I'll show you. I did Monday. After Monday's stream, I did spend a little time just putting the finishing touches on our copper powder factory. So we'll look at that and then redo the main train intersection that we have now, because that's going to be the area where the new factory is going to go. So that's going to have to be cleaned up anyway. So let's get to it. You can in the build menu at Robin's. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Perny. Neat. So that, okay. So that frees up a lot of save files then. So obviously we'll have to do one where I'm not married, or we could just get divorced. But we'll look at that. And look at, once 1.7 comes, we'll go through all of that and see. All right. Where am I? Oh, I'm over by my power. My blood work appointment was very late in the morning, which, if you've ever had fasting blood work done, do not schedule it for late in the day. It is not fun. So I moved this stuff. If you recall, this is all byproduct of making rubber and plastic. So we're taking the heavy oil residue and we were converting it into packaged fuel, converting it into diluted fuel. So we were doing diluted fuel and then repackaging, basically packaging water, making diluted fuel, unpackaging the fuel, recycling the packages, and then powering 6 fuel gens with it, just as a byproduct of our process here. So I moved all that stuff over. It was kind of spread out, so I redid it. Another Jamie, what's going on? So I redid part of it to clean it up a little bit. I moved the water extractor into a better position and started closing in the factory. And then the power plants. And I was messing around with, you can change the surface to asphalt, and then I put lines on it so it looks like a road, just for giggles. But that's not what we're working on today. What we're working on today is trains and a factory foundation. So that's gonna be something. So we got train lines over here. Our new factory is going to be over there, over the water, kind of adjacent our current factory. So one of the things that we had worked on is we made a blueprint for a train rotary. So I have started putting those in at intersections. So this is a 3-way train, well, a 6-way technically train intersection there. And I have another one of those over at the copper powder plant. We are not shipping the copper powder anywhere yet. Sweet! What does mine say? Dude! Brain rot. I saw a fantastic write-up. It was actually by the author of the Break RPG. And he said one of the best guides to random encounters. Like he was posting a lot of like media that you can consume that can help you be a better creative TTRPG game master, right? And one of the pieces of media that he recommended, if you want to understand how to make random encounters feel more natural and how random encounters can guide an entire story, he recommended watching Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, which is a really brilliant representation of how a very simple quest given to your players can turn into nonsense via random encounter tables. Fantastic recommendation. Also really fun movie. So this is our copper powder plant. I did finish up. Putting it together. So we do have, the train's now full of copper powder because we're not shipping it anywhere. So we're doing copper alloy, if you weren't here for that, because over here we have 3 normal iron nodes and 3 normal copper nodes. So that allows us to use a foundry with 50 of each to make 100, which is a very nice number because 300 is how many you need for copper powder. So that's 100 copper powder per minute. We are slooping this. So it is 300 for 50, I believe. So right now we're doing 300 for 100 because it is slooped. So we are making 200 copper powder per minute at the moment. Not using it for anything, but it is being made. So that's this factory finished up and closed in and decorated and whatnot. So once we get our particle accelerators and whatnot online, we can connect this up. But this is going to go, this train is going to go to the new factory. I don't have anywhere to bring this with my existing factory, so it has to go somewhere new. I don't have any more room at my current factory for additional train stations. So I can't ship anything else there. So this is another one of those 3-way, 6-way T-junctions. So that's what we're going to do at the other T-junction that we have currently, which is over by the main factory. That currently is kind of a bit of a mess. A slight bit, tiny, little bit of a mess. Lot of bit of a mess. Kind of a huge mess. So we'll clean that up because then that should allow me to make it a 4-way intersection. I think. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably. Right? Sure. So we'll have that line. That line's going to continue around to the northern coast. We're going to do some more material extraction up there and probably over by the northern forest and whatnot. Do a little bit of like smelting and making of things over there and then shipping it via trains over to this factory. Need a mod that lets you snap belts to power towers? Well, that'd be kind of neat. So this train line is going to go over here and kind of join up with those guys. Unless I want to bring it in the backside of the factory. That could also work. I got to get rid of... I don't need this station anymore. This was originally going to be for compacted coal and stuff. But I ended up moving that over there. So I never tore down this station. Which I could do now. Snap me with a belt? That's a completely different set of mods. Guzzy. Completely different. Alright. I really should redo... I should really redo this power plant too. Oh, this is... Oh... I'm not doing anything with those. Can I connect? I should connect these over. I should connect these over to... I have rubber and plastic over here. I really should join those up. I don't think I can go under. No. Yeah, that's not quite high enough. I've only had one coffee. I'm sorry. My fasted blood work was at 1140, by the way. I cannot recommend that less. That was a miserable time. Which is why I ended up doing this, because I needed to distract myself and lose track of time. So I redid the diluted fuel so that it looked a little cleaner. Because otherwise I was going to lose my mind and or eat something. Alright. This is probably going to change, most likely. We'll probably end up making computers elsewhere and shifting this production to something else. And then this will be purely outbound. But let's see if we can redo this train intersection, because we have these train lines. We have 4 train lines here. The top one is just our aluminum, and that's a closed loop. The bottom one is just our compacted coal. That's also a closed loop. So it's really these 2 lines that we're worried about. Eve. So, this intersection is going to change. So I gotta break all of this, which will go well. Started the latest No Man's Sky expedition. The first 2 phases are nothing but driving around collecting scrap like a Sanford and Son simulator. That's incredible. Smoking, what's going on? Can I... Wire is too long. I can move it over slightly. Alright, so let's move you over here. You connect to there, you go away. Okay. That should give us enough room to add the circle. So I started playing Vampire Survivors. Oh boy. Have you never played it, Eve? Are we making a train about? Yeah, we are. Alright, let's break some trains. This isn't gonna go well. You've been scared of it? That's fair. So then I don't need this crossover anymore. I'll be able to bring that together. Scared of the vampires? I mean, vampires are scary, to be fair. I thought that was gonna crash. Wait a minute. Please don't. Alright. First thing first. You go there, and then this has to be halfsies there. And halfsies there. Okay. Needed a break from Brotato because you're stuck on pacifist and you have to do the characters in orders because you're not weird. Yep. Totally fair. Completely understandable. Okay. So bring you up. Bring you up. I don't do them in order that they're displayed. I do them in the order my brain wants the order to be, which might make even less sense. Because it only makes sense if you're me. Which is typically not a particularly good metric to go by. Alright, so you go to there. 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 Yes. Then... What do you mean it turns too sharply? Oh, that's too close. Okay. Yeah, you're really gonna be in a very awkward position here, buddy, if you're... Alright, so you go to there. You go to there. You go to there. You go to there. Yeah, alright, okay. You have fun. Okay. Can you guys... You good? Alright. That should be all the connections. There is a train over there that's broken. But that might fix once things get going. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's working. I gotta go. I might have to reset that train, but I think it's working. The sequel to Life is Strange, yes. I am the sequel to Life is Strange. Oh. That's why you broke. You went on the wrong line. Wait. No, you missed your turn. Wait, why are you down here? You have no deliveries down here, sir. Alright. We can fix this. I should be able to fix this. Worst case, I just crash the train and reset it, you know? That'll be fine. Right?
A kind gesture.
Right? Scuzzy, thank you for the biddies. So I went and test drove a new car. It's a Skoda. No. Well... That might be okay. Yeah, I think it's working. My only complaint is every time you start the car, the check engine light comes on. Anyway, thank you for the biddies, Guzzy. You and your friends co-op just finished phase 4? Nice, Fari. I am not close to that happening at all. Give it up and just hide their belts behind walls. I mean, that might be the way to do it. That might be the way to do it. I'll be honest. Alright. We're working again. We are working again. So, intersection works, and that will allow us to go this way, which is where the new factory is going to be. Speaking of phase 4 shipping parts, we're almost done with assembly direct drive things. Assembly director drive? Direct assembly director drivers. Those guys are almost done. Yeah. Yeah, I got my copper powder going. I need a factory to bring my copper powder to, though, because I can't bring any more trains to this one, which is kind of a problem. Kind of an issue, but I've got so many pressure conversion cubes. I can turn this off. I am out of radio control units. What happened to my radio control units? Hold up. I'm out of casings? God, I gotta clean this up. This place is a mess. What happened to my... Casings aren't connected. What the heck? What the f... Where did all the... I had been making... Did you see how many of those turbo motors and stuff that I had going? Turbo motors and pressure cubes? I'd been making radio control units. Where did the other belt go? Wait, what? Seriously, what the f just happened? Where is... There's no floor hole? There's no belt? I'm so confused, bro. Well, I can break it off of this and run it across the roof, I guess. What? How the did I do a bleep in real time? I have a U button. Old age caught up with me finally. I mean, maybe. But like... Need one of those for IRL? Yeah. Can recommend. Amazon $12. There's also a Screaming Goat one. Nice. Alright, well, that'll get that going again. I don't understand what happened there. Did turbo motors get used in? Yeah, in this. Oh, God, look at that. He's awful. Am I making modular engines? I'm pretty sure I was making modular engines, right? I think I have a whole container full of modular engines somewhere. It's about the size of a White Castle bird. Wait, did I run out of... Shut up, I did? Huh. How many more do I need? 39? Alright, I gotta make more of those. How did I run out of the... Oh, I didn't... No, this was on. I think I disconnected automated wiring. I disconnected everything. Okay. I thought I had enough, I guess. I think I have an entire... Yeah, I got automated wiring for days. I looked at the factory and it broke. I mean... Pretty much. At this point. So... Let me plug this back in real quick. So we can finish that. I gotta get rid of those stairs, they're annoying now that I have the hover pack. Alright, where are you? You are here. And you are here. And so close to being lined up, and yet it's not. Getting rid of stairs is an OSHA violation? Not when you have a hover pack. Alright, that'll get that going. I can manually fill the other guys for now. Zeno, good morning. Wisty, hello. Dropped a car for brakes at a nearby shop and walked down the block to work. It's so icy out. Not sure OSHA would approve of hover packs, but they have no power here. Yeah, that's fair, Loco. Welcome in. Alright, this is going now, right? Yes, ever so slowly. Oh, because it's underclocked. That's fine. Not really in a rush for that. Do I want to get these going? I don't know that I do. I might wait on that. What about these? I don't have electromagnetic control rods going. I do have versatile framework. I have a lot of versatile framework built up. But I don't have control rods going. Which is stators and AI limiters. I gotta make more AI limiters. Alright. Now I'm gonna go back to working on the new factory, because everything that I have going here I can just leave, but I need to scale up some things need to really be scaled up. For instance, heat sinks. I have to scale those up massively. Cooling systems I have to scale up massively. There's several things I'm going to have to scale up quite a bit, so... Let's get the foundations of the new factory laid out, which is going to take a while. It's going to take a little bit. A little tiny bit. Just a scooch of time, as it were. Alright, so then this is back on the global grid. Side quest, go! Pretty much. So then we have that train line coming in that way. I might have that one come into the back side of the factory. But I need to make sure that I have enough room for an absolute ton of train stations. Didn't know you could build this far out. Oh yeah, you can build right to the map's edge. Like, we got lots of room over here. So this line over here is where you die. So, Quan, what's going on? So this line, so we got all this space to build if we need to. If we want to. The other thing that I want to do is this gap over here, over by our quickwire factory. I want to make a train bridge that cuts over to the grasslands here. Because we're going to have this line coming. So right over there. Right over there. I want to connect over to the grasslands without having to go over the ridge line. I mean, I already have train lines over here. That cut through up here. But if I can put one down to here, we can start tapping all this copper and iron and stuff that's over here. Some more coal and all that. I gotta expand this power plant a little bit more too. But I gotta put one thing at a time. I gotta focus on one thing at a time. And that thing is gonna be getting the foundation of this factory going. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I could tighten those signals up too. But okay. Yeah. Gotta focus on one thing at a time, said everyone with ADHD ever. Yeah. I'm currently not focusing on one thing at a time because I am currently losing my mind slowly. Alright. Run these tracks out. I should make more SAM things so I can make more dimensional depots. That's going to be a big thing because I don't think... Do I have pipe? I think I do have pipes set up in the cloud, actually. Never mind. Also, I got to keep my eye on those assembly directors so I don't overproduce. Once that gets up close to 500. Okay. The rotary is working really well. bodes well for the future. All right, so do I split and go either direction? I think that's what I'm gonna do. The other thing that's gonna happen is I'm gonna bring the trains up because I want to have a basement level. So what I talked about on Monday is we're gonna do a vertical bus. A vertical belt bus. Because now we have vertical splitters, by creating a wall, basically, like one side of the factory is going to be a wall of vertical belts with basically every component that we need, with a vertical splitter on every level of the factory. So we're going to make an entire wall be a vertical bus of belts. The ability to build this far out to the sea just opens up a new horizon. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. It's kind of like if you do the desert start and you build up above the dunes and it just gives you basically infinite horizontal build space. It's the same thing with building out here. Plus, building out here, you have Texas over here. I still haven't tapped that geyser, by the way. I should probably also do that. Do I have nitrogen over? No. The closest nitrogen is that guy. And then I don't have regular coal over there. I was going to say I could do another nitro rocket fuel, but I don't have coal or nitrogen over there. We'll just expand the other rocket fuel plant at that point. So what that means is my train stations are going to be raised up above a basement, and then all the train stations will feed underneath themselves, so we can kind of have messy belts in the basement leading up to a very clean vertical bus going up one side of the factory. Roughly the plan. Whether or not this actually works out and I can get it to look okay. But won't allow you to build with inefficiency. That's kind of like, sometimes I'll just slap stuff down just to get pieces done. But then the flip side of that is then I forget about it. And then I come back and I'm like, why is this running like that? Everything's temporary for now. Alright, so I'm gonna need power. Run you here. Because I'm not going to be able to run train lines the whole way, so. Oh, by the way, I posted it in the music channel on Discord. De La Soul was on NPR's Tiny Desk yesterday. For De La Day. And it's really good. Really, really good. If you haven't listened to De La Soul, like, since the late 80s, I highly recommend. Dave unfortunately passed away, but they're still really good. Mace picked up some of Dave's bars, and it's just really good. So we're gonna go both ways. Weren't even alive in the late 80s. Okay.
A kind gesture.
More. I might not be the fastest, I might not win the race, but you will always find me with a big smile on my face. Some horses stand still, some horses sit down. As for me, I'll always be running around, cause I'm a little horsey running around. I'm a little horsey out on the town. You will never catch me wearing a frown. I'm a little horsey running around. More, thank you for the biddies. Okay, text to tugboat. That is the service we offer here. Alright. I think... I legitimately think I'm going to need around a minimum of 10 train stations. Because I want to bring a lot of different components here. I might have to overbuild stations. That way I have more capacity than I need as far as stations goes, and then I can add trains. I might need more than that. If I have 10 stations with four cars each, that's still only 40 components that I can bring in. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. So 10 stations with 4 each will give me more than enough. That'll cover possibly components. With some of the stuff I'll assemble here. So if 25 is my target, 10 stations with 4 gives me 40. So then I can double up on some components if I need to. That'll work. So we'll do 10 stations. So I'm going to do 5 on this side and 5 on this side, each with 4 freights. So I think I'll do another rotary right here. And then another rotary on the back side when we bring this one in. I'm trying to think. I know I'm doing double trains for aluminum. Yeah, so if I have 10 with 4, 40 is more than enough because 25 was like on the high end. At most 30, so then I'll have 10 empty freight cars that I can use to double up on things. Yeah. 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 Bump. Okay. This will give me lots of space. This is gonna work. Probably. Maybe. Maybe. It's gonna work about as well as the rest of my plans work, you know? So roughly, probably not at all. Okay, is that lined up? Everything here. I'm gonna go, I want to run these tracks out all the way. Are these lower? I think they are. Oh, right, I bump up over there. I think. Or maybe not. No, I didn't. Never mind. Okay. Come on. Power. Power. There we go. Your car batteries in your trunk? Kind of weird. The 2013 Camaro had the car battery in the trunk? Please tell me it's a T-top. Fair. Right about here. I'm gonna keep the transmission towers going. Just to double up on power delivery instead of relying on train stations, because I definitely didn't learn my lesson. An IROC T-top. When I was right around when I was like 18, one of my buddies had a bright yellow IROC T-top, and it was horrific. It was just awful. It barely ran. He thought he was the coolest dude in the world driving that car. And he was unfortunately the only one who held that opinion. Cute.
Just floating around tugboat people.
Don't. Oh, that I accidentally. Thank you for the reminder. I meant to tab back over. Because when I started my stream, I closed out that. So thank you for the reminder. I only need like another hour. Also, Dawn, thank you for 67 months. That's a long time. That's a while. Your car battery's under the passenger floorboard? Is that the smart car? Or 67 months? I mean, at least that makes sense. Some kind of sense, anyway. Sense of a sort. At least. Alright, so let's put this... Hello? I'll put you here. We're going there. No. Oh, yeah. And then we're doing that again. There, right? Yeah. Pull the carpet back, remove the floorboard, and the battery's all the way at the front. Have a trickle charger hanging out the window. Oh, yeah, there you go. That's got to be a nightmare to jump. All right. You connect up to there. You go to there. Trickle charger is the name you used to dance under? Nice. Okay. So... let's connect the tracks all the way through. And then we'll build off of that. So we're going to scale it based off of the 10 stations. And then see where we get. Had to do it before you got the charger? That's a nightmare. I got to get a new battery for my car. Second winter in a row, I've gone out and it has not started. It gets the charge back and like the battery tester shows that it's fine. But waking up and having your car not start and then having to like hang out in the parking lot of the apartment complex and be like, hey, can I get a jump? Is really annoying. Particularly when your kids want to get to school. Alright. That's connected all the way through. So we've got that. Oh, that broke our path signals. Hang on. I gotta fix. Need to fix. Because now those are connected, so we're gonna need path in. Path in. Block out. Block out. Good, 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 good. Okay. I just want to reiterate, this is going to be a lot of work. If you're curious, this structure is going to take a lot of doing. Friend's dad had a Jag. The battery's a double-sized thing in the trunk. If the battery died, there was no easy manual release. You had to take off the license plate to access the keyhole. I seem to recall... I don't know if it was a... Trying to remember. It might have been a Top Gear that had that. Like one of those things where it kind of seems like it's a little stage just to make fun of something stupid that the car does. But I seem to recall an episode of Top Gear with a Jag where they had to go through that rigmarole to get to the battery. Alright, so train stations are going to be up. Which means... I'm gonna need to... do some stuff here. Nope. So each station is how big? One, two, three, four, five. So if each one is roughly 5 wide, I'm going to need at least 25 squares plus the ramp. So we go another... That's the little one. That's the one that's built on the Ford Focus platform, right? Or is that the bigger one? Oh, if I split these, though, that's going to make busing... Well, unless I do the bus on this side. Yeah, I guess I could do the bus right in the middle, like over top. Oh, that'll work. Okay. I'm just going to keep talking to myself and pretend like anyone here knows what I'm talking about. Alright. That's the stream, bro. Yeah, I know. I kinda... I got there on my own. You don't have to be so mean about it. I'm gonna get more coffee. Wipe away my tears. No, I don't want to cry today. Thank you. I do that enough on my own. Alright, so first thing I need to do is put in the rotary. It wasn't a threat, it was a question. It was a very threatening question. I'll have you know. Okay. So then you go there. Go there. Yeah. Right, Tilly John? Single line going off of here? Yeah, probably, right? So I think I'll do a single line on this side. That'll give us more turn radius. No, I can't do it that way. Hang on. Do it in the middle. In the middle. Okay. 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 Boomer parents were the worst. Do 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 do. Have it turn and then go? Xeno made art? Oh no. That's what you appreciate? Oh, I want you. There we go. Yes. What's going on? Actually, those are probably going to go away, but those are definitely going to go away, actually. That side's going to go into the building. All right. So then we need to go up. It's just going to be a short... One, two, three, four, five. Needs to get up high enough that we can work underneath it. No. Too steep.
Just floating around tugboating people.
Bump! 45 months. It's almost a whole year. The world is a vampire sent to drain. Secret destroyers hold you to the flame. And what do I get for my claim? Betrayed desires and piece of the game. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Did you see what I posted in 2020? By the way, Bob, thank you for 45 months, bud. Speaking of Billy Corgan, his Gen X is showing. If people don't like me anymore, it must be a conspiracy by the CIA. I'm sorry. We all are. Billy Corgan is convinced that it is the work of the CIA keeping him down. You know, that would require some self-reflection. Scuzzy and I don't think so. I remember when I thought he was just a misunderstood artist. Yeah. Turns out, nope. Dickhole Vibes is my Butthole Surfer cover band. So we can put it there. So on this one. Does that get messed up? No, that works. Okay, cool. So that's one. Ooh. Maybe. Y'all don't know what it's like being male, middle class, and white. Just daily oppression is... Alright, so we'll keep this going. That alignment seems to have worked. So we're going to have 5 stations on this side. Daily Oppression sounds like a dystopian newspaper. I should play more News Tower, speaking of. Things that are dystopian. Could name the paper Daily Oppression, and then just take all of the rich people quests, you know. News Tower has the distinction of anybody who has worked in news media of any type, like regular news, video game news, or anything. They all kind of go like, this is too close to this is too this is uncomfortable. I don't like this. Alright, so I can get rid of that. And then we're gonna need a station. Daily Oppression, that's called Growing Up Being Catholic. Because it's 2, right? So 1. So then 1 freight. 2. 3. 4. Okay. Let me rename this station, because this is gonna be we'll do main 101. So this will be, actually this will be 201. So we'll do the 5 on this side will be 201, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then over there will be 101, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that long? I'll take the tiny clip into the concrete. You son of a... That's better. Okay. So then we need to leave a gap of 1. And then line you up there. Two, 3, 4. Wifeboat grew up Catholic. My father's a hippie. We did not partake of religious services. If anything, I was raised Taoist. That's the closest thing we had in my house. So then, when Wifeboat and I were gonna have our, like, official wedding, she reached out to the Catholic Church to see if they would allow us to get married, because it would make her grandmother very uncomfortable and stuff if it wasn't a Catholic wedding, and I don't care. They were very much interested in allowing us to get married in the Catholic Church, for a very significant amount of money. Sorry. For a small donation, to the tune of thousands of dollars, they were very willing to allow us to have our nuptials at a Catholic church. And the funniest thing, we immediately said no. The funniest thing is, all the times we've moved since then, like, the companies that send us bills and all that stuff will, like, complain if we don't change our address immediately. One of the first pieces of mail that shows up with our new address on it, there's two. There's 2 things that show up immediately. They know, I think, what our new address is before we do. One is the Catholic Church looking for money, because we gave them our name once, and the other is AAA. They find you immediately. It doesn't matter how far or where you move to. They will find you. Faster than the post office can. Like, I think they tell the post office where... You don't even have to put in a change of address. Just rely on them. What's AAA? So AAA is a roadside assistance company. Kind of. You pay to... You pay for roadside assistance. Have the AA. Yeah. It's AAA in America? I don't know. Either way, the last time... So we had AAA... Like, one of our parents got us a AAA thing when we first moved in together. They're like, oh, we got you a AAA subscription. We're like, oh, cool. Great. We were on... Bopper will get this. We were on 13 in Delaware. Which, if you've ever been on 13 in Delaware, is just a flat, like, it's the closest thing on the East Coast to driving through Nebraska. So we were on 13 in Wifeboat's car, and it would not start. We couldn't get it started. We had no jumper cables. We were in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing for, like, miles on either side of us. So we're like, oh, we have AAA. So we called. 2 days. It took us 45 minutes to get somebody on the phone. And then spent about another 40 minutes trying to get them to understand where we were. And then they said, we can have someone there in 2 days. It was a Thursday afternoon. And that's where we went, you know what, I don't think we need AAA. So then 2 days. So then I called a friend of mine who's a mechanic, and he was like, oh yeah, this was when Volkswagen re-released the Beetle. So she had a first gen Beetle when it first came out, and one of the things that would happen is the switch for the automatic transmission that tells it it's in park or neutral would fail. So then the car wouldn't start, because it will only start if it's in park or neutral. It won't start if it's in gear. So that switch was broken. So he walked me through a trick on how to like fake it into getting it to work. So like thankfully we were able to get it started and drive home after that. But like, good Lord, like I could walk from where we were. We could have walked to like Southern Philly and back. Like, come on, man. 2 days? Just outrageous. Anyway. It was that was an experience. That was the end of AAA. They still, to this day, spam us with stuff. It's kind of hilarious. Unrelenting. So if the switch is broken, it won't start in neutral either. But what you can do, FLCL, is you put it halfway between neutral and drive, and that bypasses the switch. And then as it's starting, you flip it to neutral, and then it will turn over, and then you'll be able to get it out. You can't have it in park because the switch will lock the transmission into park. So you have to put it halfway between neutral and drive, start it, and as it's turning over, push it into neutral, and then it'll turn over, and then you can get it into drive. That ended up happening. We ended up getting lemon law on that car because that happened like 4 times in 6 months. They had to replace that switch. And she was so annoyed with it. We ended up getting rid of the car, and she got something else. Left Volkswagen behind. Yeah, I had two GTIs and then a Jetta, and she had the Bug, and then she went to a Touareg. Before we had kids and we had money to spend. Although what we were paying, we thought like the Touareg when that came out, really nice SUV. Got that when we first started trying to have kids, to have a family car, and we thought like we were like pinching pennies because that car was so expensive. It was like $325 a month to finance. And we were like, oh, that's so much money. Why are we spending so much money on a car? Now, I don't even know if you can get a car for under $325. Thought they stopped making them. They do still make them. They started making them again. There's the Touareg and then the Atlas, the larger one. Hey, remember the when I had the GTI bop, there was that one Volkswagen commercial, the da da da, with the little skeleton on the dash that would bop along to the song. I had one of those. I got one of the little skeletons because Volkswagen was selling them, like along with the ad campaign. So I had one of those like stuck to my dash on my GTI. Bought a Volvo for less. Volvos are great cars. Yeah. I talked about like The end of last year, we paid off Wifeboat's car from the pandemic, which was still and always will be the greatest car buying experience I've ever had, because we never had to talk to anybody. We never had to see anybody. We saw somebody in the distance. They left our paperwork on a table. We signed it, and then we drove away with the car. And it was 0% APR to finance that car. Never had to talk to anybody. Everything was through email. I was just sending offer sheets back and forth between dealerships to get them to argue with each other. It was great. Dude, Bob, I wanted a Scirocco so bad. One of my buddies got a Scirocco, and I was so jealous. I was looking around. I was trying to find a used one, but they blew up in popularity, particularly in the late 90s. And you could not get one for a reasonable price around here. I tried desperately. I wanted a Scirocco so bad. If Wifeboat and I win the lottery or something, or we have money to spend, everybody's like, oh, I'll get a really nice car. Nah, I'm just gonna get a little GTI and I'll be happy. It's reasonable. It's just quick enough to be fun and not nonsense. That'll be my fun driving around car. And then I'll get a sport wagon or something. One, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be a huge structure. A GTR for you? I mean, yeah, but I don't want something that's, I don't really want something that's really fast and sporty. I just want something that's reasonable and fun. I think it's just my age showing, but I'm totally fine with having something that's not ridiculous. Yeah. 60K for the Volvo, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm 44, Jamie. I've also, I mean, I unfortunately grew up in the car business, so I've driven a lot. 2, 3, 4, almost 45. Yeah. I go to the doctor tomorrow to talk about my colonoscopy. So, good times. If it was a lottery with FU money, Bob, I would get I'd get an old sport wagon, and I would get somebody to convert it to electric. 1, 2, 3, 4, so we need one more. This is going to be... Not pleased. I almost consider the colonoscopy. I mean, I've had one before. It's It's one day of misery. One day of being really sleepy. So it's not the worst thing. An R32 or an R34 Skyline? 66 Cadillac hearse? Like, or like an old station wagon, convert it to electric just to be really, really funny. Like, make it a sleeper. You know? An all-electric sleeper wagon. Or like an old Lincoln or an old Cadillac. Like a late 50s Lincoln hardtop. Be nice. Not really an accuracy. Jesus Christ. Get a Mercedes if she ever came into a lot of money. That would mean she made it financially. Everybody has that thing that they consider to be like, you know, this means that I have like made it. Everybody has that, like, that thing. Matching Mercedes. Jesus Christ. An arcade room in the house? Yeah. Cadillac used to be that for a lot of people. For some reason, yeah. Okay. That's the 5 on this side. Thought it was the most luxurious car. Yeah. It was, I drove like a 98 Cadillac, the one that had the V12. Let me tell you something. If you ever want to get into a horrific accident, drive one of those puppies in the rain. The only car that had more back-end torque and was less controllable that I drove was a 95 Dodge Viper. That car, I accidentally did it. The first time I drove it, I had to, like, you have to ease into first gear. And then I was like, okay, I'm moving now. I'm good. So, like, gave it a little gas, punched it into second, and did a donut going into second. Because it just had so no weight and all back end and just... Worry-free Honda Civic R-Type? Yes. That's, if you ever get a lot of money, that's what you should get as your daily driver. Like the Type R Civics, or like an R32 GTI are fantastic daily drivers. Like, really fun, but still reliable and, like, no nonsense. The most fun I ever had driving a car, hands down, Porsche 911 GTR. Like, it was like a 01. Those cars, like, GTS, sorry. Just so much fun to drive. Like, so much fun. Yeah, well, not anymore. I think you can still get a Civic Type R in manual, like an actual manual gearbox. But dude, Zeno, there's a guy in my apartment complex that just got a Maserati, the SUV. I forget the model name. But it looks like the Cayenne. Or the... Yeah. The Cayenne's the SUV, right? Yeah. It's really nice. Went 320 on the Autobahn. Jeez. It's really nice. Yeah, no. I would absolutely get a K-Truck. Yeah. K-Truck's on my list, like, now. They don't even sell Suzuki anymore in the US. Do you blame, like, I think you kind of have to put the blame on the Sidekick for that. The GTI are all automatics now. Yep. What car screamed midlife crisis and almost every single one said the same car? It was a Corvette. There was a very funny... I posted it, I think it was in Share Stuff. This was a couple months ago. And it was it was a picture of the average Corvette owner going to a fancy dinner at Cracker Barrel. It was really funny. Sidekick was built after watching all those RC car commercials. It was the Micro Machines guy is to blame for the Suzuki Sidekick. The new Corvettes, because they moved it to a mid-engine instead of front engine, it looks like an actual supercar now. There's like 3/4 of chat does not care about cars, and it is funny that we've spent so much time talking about cars. Main 202. Main 203. A C3 converted to electric? Yeah. Main 204. C8 performance is insane value. The C7 design still has your heart. I haven't really enjoyed a Corvette design since the Stingray, to be honest. I'm not really a supercar guy, though. Outside of a couple Ferrari models, I don't really like the Locomotive supercars, most super fast cars. To me, they all just look like or you're trying to make up for, you know. Although I guess now that's just pickup trucks. But yeah. I've never really liked the look of most supercars. I like weird cars, to be fair. So honestly, you can't get many cars in actual manual transmission anymore. Like, full stop. They just... A Lotus Elise? It hates taller people? Yeah. I think if you're over 5'6", it's a difficult process getting into a Lotus. I have driven a Lotus. Very fun. It's a toss-up between the Lotus, what was the little, in the late 90s, Porsche made a little tiny two-door Spider. I forget what model line it was. So the Lotus, that little tiny Porsche Spider, and a Mini Cooper. It's a toss-up between those three cars as to which one drives most like a go-kart. Which just makes it a really, really, really fun car to drive. Because the best thing about go-karts is that every turn you take feels like you're taking it at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and it's just fun. The Lotus Elise, yeah. I meant, like, in the 90s, there was a little Porsche two-door Spider, and I can't remember the actual model that it was. But after the Italian job, do you know how much Mini Cooper sales spiked after the Italian job? The Mark Wahlberg version. So I went 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we go up. Substantially, yeah. Like, they went from, we don't really sell these cars in the US to, we actually do sell these cars in the US. %20 sales spike after the Italian job. Rate of people wanting to buy or adopt Great Danes after the Scooby-Doo movie. Fair. This is going to be a lot. This is going to be a lot. This is going to be a lot. University has a Suzuki Every parked outside your building and you want to steal it? There's a guy that lives in my town that has a tricked out K-truck. Like, tricked out for drag racing K-truck. Which is not something I'm interested in doing to a K-truck, but it's still pretty funny. And I'm appreciative that he's appreciative of K-trucks. Sounds very American. Yeah. That should be high enough. I'm not gonna do it like that, but I just wanted to make sure they were even. Train station. So we need a full square and change. So a full square. Blah. Full full square, and then evened up there. Monday morning. Why am I doing this again? Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Boom. Boom. It's been, oh, it has been 2 hours. Thank you, Paint. I will take a break in a moment. See how nice that was? Yeah, it's not so much nice as horrifying. Okay. There's number 1. Just continue to smile at you creepily. So this is main 101. Okay. This is gonna be big. I might be. This is gonna be large. So we'll have a similar slope on the other side going down, and then we'll reconnect with another rotary on that side. We'll do a better connecting bridge here. So then what we're going to do is we're going to bring all that stuff down, and we're going to do a bus here and here. Really kind of bridging over the top here. And we'll do the bus, the vertical bus going straight up the middle. I think. That's the plan anyway. That was going on. There's 3 of them? Yeah. Yeah, you don't even know. You don't even know. 1 for him, 2 for the ego. Okay. Well. That's rude. Alright. Before we continue putting out more train stations, I'm going to take a really quick break. So now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't. I'll be right back.
Is that you? Look at the baby.
Where she hears the whining. No, you cannot go on my shoulder. You are not a parrot. Ma'am. 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 Why? Why? I don't know why she does this. But this is what she likes to do. She likes to be a parrot. Oh, that's the sheriff. Oh, I'm shooting the sheriff. I shot the sheriff, and the sheriff shot the deputy. Was he attacking with scissors? What is this, the clock tower mysteries? Oh! Meant to do that. Meant to do that. Want to fight one again. Arknet! No, no, no. Oh, God.
Love watching you tap.
Ooh, jewelry.
Ah, pearls for a swine. These must be the keys that put out porcine fellow is after. Oh. Well, I can see them, but they're rather frustratingly out of reach.
Oh.
Well, I can see them, but they're rather frustratingly out of reach.
It's too early for this. Defense. 6% sunder when hit. Heal 15% of damage taken over 10 seconds. Wow. And... wait, does it actually look like a wedge of cheese? Where's Blackwall? The Wedge of Destiny. Oh my god, it actually looks like a wedge of cheese. What? Oh man. Right. I'm back. Lord Winklebottom. Oh, that game was a trip. No, that's not the one Charlotte recommended. That was Thank Goodness You're Here, which was also weird. But by the way, Friday. Friday. We're gonna do at least a partial Flex Friday. I've got a hidden object game that we'll play some of on Friday. I think it comes out tomorrow. So we'll play some of that on Friday. So a partial Flex Friday, and then we'll do a couple hours of that, and then probably jump back over to keep building this, because this is going to take a while. And I just realized the assembly drives have not progressed, so it's probably out of something. Huh? What? Sorry? Oh, I hit the bridge. You try to make this a nice family-friendly... It's already in this... Thank you, Zunder. I hate it here, I'm leaving. Liar. Oh, right. I wanted to check the assembly director drive deal thing. You might someday. Okay, Jan. Yeah. Yeah, that thing's out of computers. Do that. And that. And that. We can leave? Sure. If you really want to, go right ahead. This is gonna be... This is gonna be a unit. This is gonna be a unit. But it means I can go once it's set up. That means I can just like go. Why did you go all the way around? You could just go that way. That was weird. Anyway. It means I can go, like, to the other side of the map and tap some iron nodes and make, like, plates and rods and then ship them to here. Because then I could, like, go find a copper node and make steam sheets and ship them to here and be good to go. So that's what we can do. You know? The train was a personality hire. That's fair. That's fair. I was too. Also, how's it going, Records? Happy... What day is it? Wednesday. There we go. Got it. Got it in one. Ow. Property damage detected. No one cares. Alright, so then we want a full one and over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finish assembling. It's weird that when you put down things that contain train tracks, both the stations and like the freight platforms, and if you blueprint a train track, as it's coming together, the train track is always different. It's like longer or not connected. It's interesting. Said that like the McDonald's CEO ate the burger, not very convincingly. I haven't seen that. Book, how's it going? Okay, that's 2. 3 more. Easy peasy. Why did... I didn't drop frames or anything there, right? Main 102, right? Right? This is 101? Yeah. Why is this unit elevated? So what we're doing is, this is going to be... I don't have any more room to expand this factory. I could go vertically, but I can't bring any more trains here. So I can't bring any more components into here, which is frustrating. So what we're going to do is convert some of this factory into making components, and then we're going to ship them over to this factory, and we're going to ship stuff from all over the map to this factory. So we're going to have 10 stations with 4 freight stations on each one. So up to 40 different components we'll be able to ship into here. It's raised up because we're going to drop these down. The belts feeding out are going to drop down into this basement area, and then all of that, all those belts and everything are going to come over to here, roundabouts here, where we're going to do a vertical line all the way up, and we're going to do a vertical bus. So every component is going to have a vertical belt going all the way to the top of the factory with a vertical splitter on each floor. So each floor that we go to, if we have to put something together, we can just go, oh, I need that, plug into the splitter and go. So we're going to make a massive vertical bus with as much stuff as we can get into this factory. So by elevating it, otherwise I'd have to run the belts up above the stations. So putting it down into a basement lets me hide all of the twisty belts before we get to the bus area. So it's the Final Factory this time for sure. Yeah, just like the Final Fantasy games. Okay. Nope. Ow. Let me fly. Fly, you fool. Shoot. I'm super glad that I maxed out the upload speed on the dimensional depots. I will say. That makes a huge difference. Alright, full block. And then line you up on the half block. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. What you mean it turns too sharply? There we go. Okay. That's going to be main 103. Skoda joke made me sad. It did. It did. So, good job. Can I fit one more without having to do? Yeah, I can. Cool. There. I deserved it. That's not accurate. I'm out of plastic. That means I don't have plastic in the cloud. That's obnoxious. There's plastic on that train. Oi! Look, gimme! Gimme! Do I go over there and get plastic or go over there and get plastic? I think I'm equidistant. And there's power lines going this way, so winner. So I could ride this guy back over to the station. Ready to go. Meow. Bye. Cloud. 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 Probably grab more of these. Are the motors plugged into the cloud or just manually in the cloud? They're just manually in the cloud, so let's put more motors in the cloud. I really gotta build more dimensional depots, you know? Really gotta. Requires in the cloud. Cable is in the cloud. Okay. The beams are in the cloud. I want to make sure I don't run out of anything else that I might need building this stuff. Heavy modular frames? Will I need? Motor factory pipeline yesterday. Iron wire, iron pipe. Both in the stators and rotors into motors. Slooping all the outputs except the motors because you ran out of sloops. It's too bad you can't, like... There isn't a way to dupe sloops. Like you can with power shards. That would be a little strong, though. You gotta kind of... Having sloops be a limited... a limited item is not terrible. Just realized those were blocking the tracks. I didn't fix that. Here we go. You can literally just go that way, brother. Whatever. As long as it works. Coffins, how's it going? There's a bug with factory carts that you could dupe sloops. Whenever they make updates, they reset spawns in the map. Oh, that's fair. That happened on my last factory, and I had so many Mercer spheres. It was great. All right, boom. That's 2, 3, 4. Doot. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. It's a lot of trains. That's a lot of trains. Could have done L and R. R1, 2. Maybe I'll change it to L and R. That might be easier to keep track of in my brain. So we need probably 5 more. Maybe 4 more. When do you think you'll remove the old designs? I'll probably do I'll definitely like make an announcement if I'm pulling the old logo mugs and stuff. There. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like... I don't like the way you said serviceable. That bothered me for some reason. Murph, what's going on? Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Hit a nerve? Yeah. Yeah. You know how fragile my masculinity is? Just for that, I'm gonna have to buy some man cereal. Because I need cereal with balls. Okay. I posted it in, I think I put it in 2020s. There's quite literally a new cereal called Man Cereal. And the slogan is cereal with balls. It's a hilarious statement on fragile masculinity. Hoglet. Right. Don't know if I'm going to keep that, but... So we're going to need stuff underneath. And we're going to need to build out the other side for the outbound. Alright. Do the same thing on the other side. Right? So these guys, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The same combination I have on my luggage. Ba-da-da-da. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm running out of concrete. I'm building too fast. I should have grabbed more concrete while I was over there. Alright, well, let's lay down some track and we'll let it build up. Because I am officially out. I put it in the middle of those two, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, those two. Alright, so then it'll be here. Stop losing power. So you go here. You come on down. Okay. Oot. Oot. Nerdin', happy Wednesday. Everything's made up and the points don't matter. Whose line had it right the whole time? You know? This whole time we should have been listening to Ryan and Colin. Yeah, who knew Colin would be a prophet, right? Old school colonial judge wigs. You always know your presentation has heat when you got props, you know? That is one of the markers of a fire presentation. Oh wait, I gotta come down first. Right. There we go. Okay. Those are looped. That should be fine. So then here, here, there. That reach.
You okay?
Scared me. Really should have grabbed more concrete while I was over there. Okay. I'll wait for concrete to build up and then we'll swap this out for another rotary. Doot. 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 Then we need you. What, like here? Boom. Okay. How much does this blueprint take? Got enough. Okay. So break you, break you. You to there, you to there. Too quiet here and you have earbuds in? Sorry. It was rather loud and startling. Okay. Rotary. There. And there. Is it possible for fluids to actually be 100% efficient at huge scale? Florbo, one of the things you learn quickly with Satisfactory is that fluids are nonsense. And nothing that you do with them will ever work the way you want them to. So, maybe they'll work at scale. Most of the time, you end up having to really overload your fluids. Because it's just... getting the fluid dynamics to work the way you want to is just an exercise in frustration, to be honest. So, you kind of end up not really ever getting what you want out of it. Quoting the guy who does the Satisfactory Tuesdays, fluids are hard. Yes, I mean, programming fluids is a nightmare in every aspect. So, I understand why there are so many issues with fluids in the game. And I know they're working on it. Like, it's not like they're not trying. But, yeah, fluids are hard. Like that your answer is maybe? Well, yeah. What are they actually doing? I believe they are planning on changing the way fluids are coded. I'm not 100% sure what they're doing to change it. I know we are getting in the next update, which goes live on experimental in a week or two. Next week? Week after? We're getting fluid trucks, which legit might be pretty great. Because being able to ship nitrogen will be pretty awesome via truck. So that's cool. And I don't know if they're kind of changing the way that they behave. If they don't completely revamp fluids, the fluid truck is going to be cheeks. I think it's part and parcel of the same process. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. So we got that. We got that. We got those. Now I got to connect all those. Let's blow through all our concrete again. They could, like, there are a couple different things that they could add that can help, that could help with how fluids are now. A really cheap, simple check valve without having to use the actual valves would be cool to prevent backflow. I would love to see fluids behave better gravitationally. Would be good. Like, you could build water towers and stuff, and that works sometimes. Not always, but definitely sometimes. But fluid dynamics in general, when you're talking about game engines, fluid dynamics are a nightmare. They are one of the hardest things to get right. So I don't necessarily fault them for how it's done, despite having frustrations with dealing with it. I get that it's not easy at all. The other way that they could add 2 items to fix fluids as they are now. To fix a lot of people's issues with fluids as they are now. One is a check valve to prevent backflow, and the other is a pressure release valve. So a pressure release valve would allow, like, if you have too much water cycling into your aluminum, instead of, like, the outbound water not feeding back into the loop and jamming everything up, you have a pressure release that just, like, vents the excess liquid. That and a simple, cheap check valve would fix a lot of my problems. So the only time I've ever seen fluids not work when they're gravity fed is when you have brownies in your pipes and you just need to recreate them for no reason whatsoever. The biggest issue that I have with pipes and with fluids in general, coffins, is that, like, occasionally you'll load back into a save and your pipe floor hole just no longer allows fluids to go through it. Or your junction no longer allows fluids to go through it. Putting a T-junction onto an existing pipe and running a pipe off means you then have to go back and delete all the connecting pipes and reconnect them. Otherwise, it'll just stop working. That's my personal biggest issue with fluids. Everything else I can kind of work around and figure out. But having stuff randomly break like that is hugely frustrating. But yeah, check valve and a pressure release valve. That would fix a lot of water issues in production. So it wouldn't fix fluid dynamics, but it would make fluids less frustrating when you have closed loops. Bum, ba, da, bum, bum, bum. Okay. That's the easy part. The easy part is done. Why did I stop that one block shy? I don't know if I'm gonna keep this, but let's see. Okay. So I can have all that stuff come through. I gotta see how much space I need. So what is this, 20? I'm gonna need a lot of space. So if it's going to be 20 and 20, how condensed can I make the vertical buses? Let's find out. Think it has to be like that. I think that's the spacing we need. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And that's what, 5 foundations? So 10 foundations. I can cover both of those. So the bus is going to be 20 foundations long. I did not space this correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. So I could do it in the center. If I bust both sides. So what I'm talking about, like, is I'm going to have... Basically, these are going to go from under the train stations. We're going to bring all the belts on all these stations together into one line. And then create... That'll go all the way to the ceiling, the roof of whatever the factory is, and then we'll put vertical splitters on each floor. So, like, if this was a floor, we got splitter, 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 you know, down the line. So then we have one long line, one vertical bus. And that's the spacing that we need. So that's 2 per foundation. Should have thought about that before I did the split, because doing it split really kinda... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I would need 2 more on each side. Which would mean I'd have to move all of these stations over 2 squares. Well, I could just pull this first one and then add one on the end. That'll give me more than enough space. Alright, that's what we'll do. We'll pull the first one and switch it to the end. And then the center section here over the top of the center train line will make our vertical bus. That'll give me space to bring everything this way and then bring it up to the face, and we'll have the bus go that way. Alright, so we'll do that. So you go away. scooch over. And I'll rename these two. Instead of doing 101 and 201, I'm going to do R and L. Okay. Meeting reminder that you're 5 minutes late too. Oh, good. Good, good, good. Alright, one full block, and then there. One, two, three, four. Those assembly drives are being really annoying. Maybe I shouldn't be manually feeding the machines. They would be super done by now. Okay. That one's moved over. Let's connect to the backside. This building is going to be a absolutely massive undertaking. It already is. I mean, it's been 3 hours and I'm still working on the train stations. I haven't even started the actual, like, skeleton of the building. Used a storage container to do each. Yeah, it's more, like 1 or 2 of the items I'm manually feeding, so it's just annoying. Okay. Boom. Boom. So this is going to be... Let's do R5. R4. R3. R2. Beep boop. R1. So then we'll have all this space, and this will be where we'll start the bus. The vertical bus will be from there all the way over. Yeah, I'm still on 486, so something ran out. I'll have to go throw more materials in there. I don't want it to run over. Like, I don't want to waste the components and have leftover assembly drive directors. Even though I'm pretty sure I need them for phase 5, I just don't want to have extras right now. Because I'm not going to keep manufacturing them there. Oops. That's 1. Alright, so 6 more. It's a good thing I had a lot of space here. This is gonna be so big. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. This is gonna be outrageous. This is going to end up being the biggest... This is bigger than the aluminum ramp. And that's saying something. The aluminum whirlwind is quite a bit smaller than this. And that, to date, was the most ridiculous thing I've ever built. I mean, granted, for completely different reasons than this is going to be ridiculous, but still. Okay. That exists for no real reason. Yeah. You comparing me to this to is that in Dubai? Are you comparing me to an oil magnate? Oh, I should tap more oil. Remind me. That reminds me. I should tap more oil. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Maybe. I might. So this is going to be L5. L4. L3. L2. L1. Okay. That gives me lots of space. So, the bus is going to require... much space. I left one full one next to it. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. So if I go to here, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So we do need to get rid of this one. At least that's a good use of money, you know, Scuzzy? Remember when billionaires would have silly little pet projects like that? You know, like paying scholarships or hiring personal artists. Remember that? So we gotta get rid of this guy too, right? Remember when money was used for something other than making more money? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. Butte. Butte. So that means... or build a whole school. Vanderbilt, Carnegie Mellon, there's a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. Dismantle filter is the best. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's going to be the vertical bus. I could bring those over tight, but I worry it's going to be too much with that. No, it shouldn't be too bad, actually. No, I could bring those here. I'll leave those in case I want to use them. But we'll add 2 more there. If I do the closest ones to the furthest ones, it should be fine. And the belts underneath don't have to be super neat. Alright. Let me drop these. That's what we got. This is gonna be nutty. Absolutely nutty. Absolutely nutty. Alright. Height-wise, I gotta go up. I'm not running. Time gets away from me in this game ridiculously fast. Alright, so we gotta go 6 high. Like that. What is the biggest? The particle accelerator is the tallest machine, right? But other than that, it's the manufacturer? Oh, I guess refinery. I don't know if I'm going to have any refineries in here. The particle accelerator is the biggest thing. That's freaking huge. I'd have to go 8 in order to fit a particle accelerator. Oh, I wonder if I should put particle accelerators. If I put one here and here, that's what I could use this space for. Maybe I'll do that. Short meeting. Nice. At least, yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I could have 4. I don't have the parts on me to put them down. But I should be able to fit 4. That goes to that block. Yeah, I would be able to fit 4 on here if I did that tall. But then getting the materials from one side to the other side of the tracks be a little bit of a mess. So I might just leave this I might leave this for other stuff for now. Talked about the weather, the lack of parking for the weather because of the weather. This factory is going to be a unit. I could just do the middle section as the factory. It would make the floors very small, though. It's the only problem. I'm also probably going to come back and change, like, the foundation materials and stuff, but for right now, I'm going to leave it. If you run 2 particle accelerators at 50% clock speed, then at max power, they run at 80% of the power for the same net output. Oh, really? That's good to know. I guess I could put the slope back if I need to. So that'll be 1 floor. So then do 8 on this one. So then a particle accelerator will fit? No! No, it will not! Dang, those things are huge. Maybe I'll put them on the roof. Maybe I'll put them on the roof. How big's the manufacturer going to be here? Where can I go? Do I want to go that low? Nah, I think I'll just keep... I think I'll keep consistent floor heights, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I'll just keep consistent floor heights. Have the train tracks go through the loop of the accelerator? That would be kind of fun. Alright. So this is going to be... That's going to be that. I don't know how many floors I'm going to need. I am going to need power up here, though. Okay. If I'm going all the way out there, that should be the last floor I need. I shouldn't need more than... So if I have this full floor... It's not very deep. That's, like, the one thing. It's not very... Although, actually, I could come out. I could come out to here. And I could put particle accelerators here. Although, then I don't know what I'd do with the parts. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is just playing Planet Zoo, but with trains. I mean... Yes. Planet Trains? Sleep study last night? The worst sleep of your life? I don't know that I could do a sleep study. I wouldn't sleep. I struggle to sleep enough on my own. The water features the ocean I'm surrounded by. Yeah. Planet Trains, though, would be a pretty great game. Devs, if you're listening. I mean, that's basically what Satisfactory turns into, let's be honest. It just turns into Planet Trains. So... Make this the roof. The finger monitor was bulky and uncomfy. We'll make this the roof. Oh, there's lots of train sim games out there, Nerdin. Don't you worry. They're out there. Name one. Train simulator? Alright. So it's not these two. Let me get rid of those for a sec so that I... Oh. Not these... four. Okay. I'll at least get the bus set up. Although... Hold up. I want to do different foundations. If this is going to be the top, I want to do these guys. Which will make putting the floor holes in correctly a little difficult, but hey. So it's just centered. Six, 7. Whoa, 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 where's the power? Is that the dome things? FLCL? The things that make like time crystals and stuff, that's next phase. But those are shorter than the particle accelerators. They're not as tall. Okay. So it goes a little something like this. Do I want... Okay, do I want the back of the lift facing outside, or do I want the materials facing the outside? I think I want the back of the lift facing the outside. Because this is going to be a glass wall to show off the bus. When I play games by myself, do I speak aloud? Unfortunately, I do. Yeah. Sometimes. I could alternate. But that won't look as clean. Yeah, we'll do product facing out. I mean, I talk to myself a lot in general. Mostly because I'm like the only person that understands what I'm saying. Although, to her chagrin, Lifeboat does understand what I'm saying most of the time. Yeah, I mean, we're not we're not all that far off of having been together for twice as long as we were apart in our lives. So she's had a long time to start to understand how my brain works, which is really how long you need. Boom. Vertical bus. So then we'll have that one as well. And we'll have splitters on the floor. No, not in. Oh, that's a merger. That's why. Wait a minute. Now, you just wait 1 minute. Then we put a splitter there. And then we can just belt out any product that we need. Okay. '21st wedding anniversary this month? Nice. That's a good long while. We're on 27 years. That's too long. I'm trying to think how I want to do the interior. I'm worried about how the interior is going to look while I just have nothing else. But I think if I do that, then we can do that. And label each outbound. That's where it starts, Zax. I mean... That's awesome. Yeah, I think we'll do that wall. Text for Australia. No, it just... Shh. Don't start. Oh, it doesn't clip. Well, it kind of clips. But not awful. Alright. So we do that, and then we do... that. Maybe... not that one. Robin the Cradle, nerd. Jeez. Yeah, so we'll have that. For college. Let's grab this guy. So then where the things are, we'll do a different window. It's very glassy. What if we alternate? This is important stuff. This is an important part of the process, okay? Yeah, that'll look pretty good. That gives it a little texture in front of once those belts get full. You know what? I'm gonna run out of silica, is what. That's gonna be a big glass wall. Should be able to like backlight it too or something. This is gonna be so massive, like, because that is gonna be duplicated over here. And that's gonna be our bus for all our materials. I'm gonna do something fancy here. And then I want to do something over top of these. I might bring the wall out and make this building like a H, basically. Sheet metal and glass? The sheet metal doesn't really look great. Like, this isn't going to be the whole wall. This is just for this section. And then I'll have solid wall like here, over top of where the trains are, and then more solid wall with intermittent windows in between. So this is just going to be a huge panel of glass where the buses are. Yeesh. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. I can actually leave this open on the inside. And then just have this across for signage. Maybe do like meh. I can add beams everywhere. Yeah. Like, I'll be able to add architectural stuff across it to give it more interest. And like break up the lines a little bit. That's definitely going to happen. All right. Let's try. Let's get this side done. Need to play with the different finishes. Yeah, they really make a huge difference, actually. The default walls with unpainted makes it look like brushed metal. You can also do chrome. But the unpainted finish, which is what this is, yeah, that's unpainted. That makes it match the style of like the basic walls. Same coloration, which ends up looking very nice when you mix those together. Tacky fake gold, yeah. Alright, so those go away. And then these. And away we go. It's a good thing I had thousands of aluminum sheets in my inventory, because those are definitely not in the cloud. Liquid gold like mac and cheese, yeah, buddy. We had some very good fresh ravioli last night, actually. Been craving pasta lately, which hasn't been the case in a while. Vegetarian cottage pie? Nice. That's so many belts. No cottages were harmed in the making? Yeah. Cottage free. This is going to look very cool once it's done, though. Which is the entire point of the game. If it doesn't look cool, why even do it? You know? You birdos going on. Yeah, they would clip the splitters. That's why you can't put the floor holes can't be tighter together, because the splitters are already snugged up. Do, do. Do, 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 do. So then, I don't need this anymore. Okay. And again. Boom. Unknowingly added a new part to your morning routine where your 3-year-old picks out your jewelry for the day. I've had interesting results. That's fun, though. My daughter ordered some new nail polish, so I'm probably going to have my nails done at some point in the next few days. Which will be fun. Okay. Okay. Oop. Boop. Oh, I'm out of silica, and it's not in the cloud. All right. Surprised it lasted that long, actually. Plated gold with nickel under it? Broke out in a crazy rash? Ew. Oh no, that's under. Under. What'd you do today? Well... Good lord. This is gonna be... This is gonna be a lot. Have I mentioned that? This... This is gonna be a lot. Yeah. This is gonna be a lot. Alright, so the other thing I want to do is I want you to come... Now here... Is a mega factory a necessary part of Satisfactory endgame? No, not at all. My endgame. But no. It's really not. I like being a little extra. I had an idea, and I wanted to see if it would work. And it looks like it's gonna work. So... leave me alone. Trax, good to see you, by the way. I hope you're well. Do. not saying anything bad. How big is a train? The train is that big. So then we'll do big old gates. Did you pull up some clips from Planet Zoo? What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about, nerd? Let me... just want it to be even. There we go. Then it looks symmetrical. I've had concussions. You've made 137? Why? But why? That's too big. That's too small. That'll just be sideways if I try to put... Because I'm a disaster. Okay. Can I rotate it? A. Oh, wait. No, because that'll be sideways. I guess then I could do... that. Layout. Element. L. That just does not work for for signs. I don't know why. 5? Was this L5? No, this is L1. Why do your fuses keep blowing? In Satisfactory? Install some batteries. Then you won't. It'll help carry that. Don't have batteries? You haven't unlocked batteries? Your fuses are blowing because you're overdrawing your power, Mort. That's why. Alright, so I want to do that as a gate for each station. And then I want to do something here. No, not the power line. More gens? Yeah, that's generally the answer. Huh? 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 Get it? Generally? Yeah. Okay. No, go this, no, this way, bro. Thank you. Not enamored. We could start that here, but it'll obstruct my buses. Although not terribly. I don't know why I'm doing this before I've even constructed the building. Mostly probably because I'm dumb, but... Alright, let's get this train tunnel sorted. Right? Materials. Coated. Or asphalt. Or grip metal. No, no, no. Bro. Yes. Here. Take care, paint. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, that works. Yeah. Yeah. So if we do that stuff encoded, we can then recolor it. Ooh, boy, the chrome gets dark, huh? Copper? Sure. Probably do glass. It's gonna be real dark in there. We do that though. But yeah, that doesn't really match up though. If I do carbon, it'll. Ooh, you know what I can do? Let me. Because then we could do. Bump, bump, bump. Boom, boom, boom. Colors. Oh, are there 3 colors? Yeah. Do those light panels down the whole tunnel. Like that. I could tone it down a little. Because it's very, very bright. But yeah. That'll look nice, right? And it doesn't really matter what finish we end up having on these. Yeah, and it's going to reflect because of this. Oops. Then that has to go and become coated. And then be a golden tunnel. That's going to be shiny, particularly once we fill it with these. Come on. That didn't work. Oh, I messed one of those up. Where? Here. There we go. Boom. That's pretty cool. I like that. And then we got the massive bus going up. Alright, well, we got the bones. That's honestly more than I thought we were going to get done today. But we have most of the bones of the big factory. We got the foundation down. Zell, hello. So we got the foundation down. We got all the train stations in. So we've got 10 train stations with 4 freight cars each. And then we've got 2 panels of 20 vertical bus belts to belt everything from the train stations to every floor. We got our 2 rotaries on either side. Yeah, this will be neat. Once we can get it built the rest of the way and plugged in and start putting machines down and getting trains running here and figuring out, trying to plan out what items are going to what station will be very important down the line, just to try and keep stuff closer. Then we also have to connect all of those stations and all of those freight stations to the bottom of the belts down here, which will also be important, but they'll be in the basement and buried behind walls, so it can be a little messy, because this is all going to look really cool once it's done. Particularly once those belts start flowing. It's going to be good. I think that'll be neat. We'll get more gates put up for each station there. So they're labeled. So, yeah. And then we can start tapping new resources. New iron nodes, new copper nodes. We'll break off some of the aluminum production to bring into here. Or tap one new bauxite node just to bring some aluminum here. I'll have to look around. I know there's bauxite in other parts of the map. Right? It's not just over here. Anyway, we'll look at it and figure out what we're going to bring here and then start putting machines in. We got to get our particle accelerator set up so we can get nuclear posture going and all that stuff. So that's what we got. I am out of time. All subject to change and hyper fixation. Yeah. Trains. Look, we got a lot of trains. It's going to be great. Let me save. Good God, I almost exited the game without saving. All right. So I'll be back on Friday morning. First thing we're going to do Flex Friday. So we'll have a couple of hours of a new indie game that comes out tomorrow. We'll check that out first thing Friday morning, and then we'll jump back into some Satisfactory after that's done. So there'll be a little bit of Satisfactory on Friday, a full Satisfactory stream on Monday next week. Keep in mind, we're waiting for 1.7 for Stardew Valley to drop before we jump back into that. So we'll look at some old save files and then jump back into Stardew Valley once the new update drops. So come back tomorrow and redo it all. Right? Right? Yeah. All right. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday, everybody. No backwards stream tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment. So I will see you all bright and early Friday morning for more games. So until then, as always, as ever, remember, be good to each other. Bye, everybody.